Okay. Uh, I'm gonna scrap the lighting stuff I was doing yesterday because I was thinking about it, and the problem is not the lighting, it's the shape of the rooms, right? So I have to, like, while the map is in this uh texture state, I should be free to manipulate the world and the layout however I want, while it's still kind of easy for me to do so. So I will open route adjustments, but then save it as world adjustments. So looking at the rooms, this room is pretty okay. Like, just looking at the walls, it seems pretty easy to put a light source in that'll hit most of the map, and then I can anything that's gonna be dark is probably gonna be, like, depending on the sun angle, like, this room should be mostly well lit. Same for this whole section. Here, this wall, I'm sure I can uh hollow out and do something with non-world bound mesh to still force the player to go through this narrow corridor without keeping just this thick wall here. With that being said, because it's so close to this side, it I can't do too much to make it thicker. So, like, it can only get it can only go one. It can only go one wider before it gets weird with having double-sided faces. But anyway, this will, even as is, it's not so bad at the moment. Um, this room is pretty fine. It's still mostly like flat walls, and I can figure out how to do the lighting in without issue. And I mean, this last room is gonna be a problem though. Just the way I decided to lay it out, starting from the bottom up and making it very narrow. I could widen um, this wall and this wall to give more space for some sort of light source, I guess, since this entire part of the map space is not taken. But the main problem is the first room, because a lot of the map is all like tucked into this space. That is going to be kind of hard to light up without getting all finicky with um several light sources, I guess. So that's what I was struggling with, and I just need to, I think, break out the walls in this room first. And so the same thing for this room and this room. If I create more space, then the lighting probably won't be as terrible. So I will do that. I also need to uh, get rid of. I'll do that first, actually. I'll look. I have to look at the everything that's strictly a wall, and probably separate the mesh and simplify because there's no need for it to be gridded like this. I guess it depends where. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. So at least up here for now, it should be fine to just drag out. And then same for this wall. I thought if oh, maybe I have to do this. Okay, then I can double click and it'll select the rest. Okay, so I've added more space. It ends up affecting gameplay in this spot, kinda, because you get more room to pre. I wanted to change this anyway. Wait, I just recreated what I deleted. I'm I don't want the wall to be completely free. I still want it to be relevant, so I'm just taking one of the detail or non-viz meshes I have, moving it over. This side is needed. Maybe adding that kind of indent is actually a benefit. I'll leave that alone. So now what does it look like if I just say this is a tool sky? I'm gonna, is it scale I want to do? No. It's thicken G by 16, but it doesn't work because I have to do, I have to make it a separate mesh first. Then I can, oh, then shift 3, G, 16, enter. Now I flip the faces and it's doing what I want, but something like that. I guess I could even have it go up here. Wait, what did I do? I deleted stuff. I don't... Wait, I want to delete this, but not the ceiling. The ceiling... I'm just gonna Alt-N the ceiling. Do the same thing. Shift 3, thicken by 16. Delete these faces. Then flip. Now the problem is it needs to extend a little bit. So that's what I was doing down here. Then an additional 16. I will add environment light. The angle should be, first, I guess, default angle is this way. I want it to rotate 45. And then local, this 45. Then GPU reference, what does it look like? And I was told yesterday that switching to a higher reflectivity at least will, I mean, I don't know if it's a I don't know what reflectivity the material. I don't know how to check the reflectivity of materials that are already compiled, but if I create a new material, then I guess I'll figure out how to set the reflectivity to be higher. I don't. I mean, I hate looking in this view. It's so hard to see. But anyway, let me add the ENV sky. Sky dome. They have a different skybox for the fog. Hmm. Well, anyway, I'm just gonna pick this one. Oh, right, it's rotated. I'm just doing the simplest one I could find. It's not permanent, but just picking something. Okay, anyway. Back to GPU, not that one. This one. This area is still very dark. So I'll have to figure out how to light it up with entities instead of, or with a light barn, or light entities that aren't light environment. But in the meantime, I'm just going to go to this room. Now, because of how I chose that sun angle, it's kind of opposite of the direction I was thinking of extending the room in. Which is a little bit of a problem because I can't make the light source come from this side, can I? I mean, I guess I could. I mean, it doesn't make sense. I'd have to use Moon Dome, but I guess there is room for me to oh wait, is there? There's room for me to extend in this space. And if I want, I could always um move the start somewhere else so I could extend down or extend this part as well. But for now, so everything can be extended on this side up until this height. So from here, or I guess one more here. Does this thing serve any purpose? Not really. So this can all go away. So it'll light up some of the room if I make this part huge. Right, so if I thicken this one, is it gonna... Oh shoot, I didn't think about the ceiling. It is not going to intrude on the other area, so it's fine. But anyway, so if I thicken here by 16, it still behaves how I want. Oh, this is so painful to look at. So it kind of gets lit, but it's still not good enough. It especially feels weird just to have like nothing here. I usually try to use up as much of this space as I can. Or I guess it's the opposite. I designed the route and then built the space around the route, or like created space around the route, which is why it's so awkward in these rooms. But it's alright, because it doesn't really change anything other than like leave you wondering why it's this is here. I do like what I do like how it's a separate mesh. I'm gonna do that here. If there's consequences to that, like um non-merged edges on the world border, then I will reattach it later. It's easy, but okay. And here it's kind of tricky to light up, but I guess because of how small it is, I could probably just do the lighting through entities and not really worry about it. I don't know. I guess, and since these sections are very narrow, I could try to do some uh I could try to do the wall lighting um so on my community bhop section, I did the lighting coming from the floor. I could try to do the lighting coming from the wall, since the wall is still very flat here. It's just the range I would need to set really low. Using a light barn, maybe. I'm gonna ignore that for now and try here instead. The sun angle, or I guess I'll start here. So the sun angle is from this side, so doing the same thing here. Separate, then thicken by 16. I wish it would just let me reselect the faces that I had originally selected. Hmm. Did it not thicken? Maybe I accidentally selected everything. Yeah, because it's annoying that I have to select all these faces 3 times in order to do this. I mean, that's my fault for keeping it as this cube thing. It lights up most of the room, so I'm okay with that. In here, I think I'm just gonna do it like this, since I can't do it in the corner because there is no corner for me to work with. What is it selecting right now? It's only selecting, Right, what if I separate that? Separate these, and then delete this. Then remerge these. Now I don't have to do the additional trace. Or I have to do one outline instead of, or one more outline instead of two more. Or actually, if I do this first before I merge, then I can just do that, then merge, and my problem solved. All right, that lighting looks fine to me. Down here, does it? Wrong one. This one. It doesn't reach, but I can figure that out afterward. All right, so now I'm here, and I'm not really sure what I want to do. I could just try the same thing. But it would only be in those spots. So shift 3, thicken, 16, enter, alt N, no. Uh, wait, yes, alt N, 4, flip, then delete this. No, alt N, okay, I did it in the wrong order, because this one didn't get flipped. This is kinda fine. Kinda not. This one doesn't do anything, I guess. Because of what's above it. It's like too close to a different ground, so it thinks there's a ceiling. I guess? Or maybe it's the angle. I mean, I don't know. Okay, well, on this side, there's definitely nothing blocking it, so it makes sense. So I guess it also makes sense why here it is certainly blocked. so nothing gets in. But I'll still leave it for now. I'm gonna compile and then because I don't want to rely on the GPU reference or the GPU path tracing to determine if it looks good or not. I really just forgot to fill in this face. I don't think I'm gonna resize this room. I'm just gonna do it to this corner up here. Alt-N, thicken, 16, enter, flip, Alt-N, or click Alt-N, then go over here and delete this, Shift-T, click, merge meshes by edge. So I'm missing this spot, but I'll figure that out. This is definitely going to be way too dark. This particular spot, I mean, only in here it's bad. Over here it's fine, I think, to leave like this. Maybe I can add a light source over here. Up here is a problem. And then this whole drop. I guess I could try the same thing as, or it's one 64 unit corridor. I can't really do the thicken thing. Or I just think it would look weird on the top if I did it. I'll figure that out later. So then it's just up here into the end, and I will also just figure that out. So I'm just gonna, we'll compile to see what it looks like. Then if I'm like, if it's somewhat fine, then I'm gonna pick some Moondome material from that zip on the Discord. Probably, ideally the same one I'm using if it's there, just so that I don't have to see all the other rooms through the walls. Is the Viz like really bad? Because this is taking forever. So maybe I should prioritize adding Viz hints. This is only happening after doing no, actually, I don't know if I did a full compile before. Hmm. At what point do I abort and then just put try to put viz hints everywhere? It is actually crazy. Is the viz really that bad? Or is it because I didn't merge? Alright, hold on. I'm aborting this. So I'm gonna save another version. 2. And this one, I'm just gonna merge all these. Actually, I'm gonna merge the whole level. So all of this should be the windows. So I'll put them in world. And then I'm gonna take the whole world and merge by edge. And then I will take the start and end and also throw them into the world. Let's see if this affects the viz or not. Looks like it's the same number, so probably it's not affected. Okay, so that's taking too long. I have to. I mean, I get why it's happening because there's so many random blocks that probably don't need to be part of Viz. So I guess I will change those up. Let's start in section 1. every single thing I do, I'm going to turn into a non-viz contributor and then hide it. Or not hide it. I will throw it. How do I do this? Section 1, I'll create a selection set. Hide it so that I can now add the selected to the selection set. And I'll figure out what I do with them later. Okay. This one should be the same. This thing is a little bit odd. I don't know what to do with it. If I like that's the because I kind of intended to do something like this from the beginning, and I thought that having indented walls or ground indented into the walls was gonna be a problem. So I could choose to make this entire part of the wall non-viz whenever at every single part where I have the wall being indented in. Like here, it wouldn't be too big of a deal. Although, I mean, the thing that would be a problem is in this room because I have so many of it. So it may end up making the entire structure in the middle non-viz, which is kind of a bad idea, I think. Or I can just break it into segments, like maybe like this part downward will indent in by one. So like this row downward, I'll make non-viz. But then there's here as well, but I guess that's the same thing. That could probably work. As long as I don't have any indents above, which I do, unfortunately. So I could raise, or actually that's around the same height, so it's still fine. And I do not indent anywhere else up top. So I guess it's doable. All right. This is assuming the indent into the wall is a significant problem. I don't know if it is. I don't really understand Viz enough to say. Okay. Now up here, I think this whole part also becomes non-viz. Whoops, 3. Alt N, 4. I've been forgetting to actually mark them as non-viz, haven't I? That's okay, because it's as easy as just clicking that. Now, after I mark as many things as possible as non-viz, I'm gonna have to take those faces and fill them in with blocklight solid. In fact, solid blocklight. I should be doing that now rather than doing a second pass to accomplish the same thing. Whoops. There's gonna be some things like I don't know if this matters. Like I'm I'm gonna say that or I'm gonna choose to leave this one alone until after I compile I figure out whether it's actually gonna cause lighting issues in that spot. This same idea. It may be better for me not to do that though. In fact, I'm not gonna do it for those. I'm only gonna do it for large portions, I think. It's kinda weird for me to decide which. Nah, for now I'm gonna keep them. I'll figure out what I do um later for the smaller parts. Like this one is a little too hard for me to make work because I'd have to cut into the shape, so I'm gonna ignore it. So I guess that's how I'll qualify whether it's something I can change. Like down here, I'm actually able to. Okay. So this part's fine. It gets chaotic over here. It looks like I'm gonna be doing it to this entire part. Maybe I just do it to everything in the middle here. Right, so I guess I'll approach it like that. I'm gonna do it from like the top down. So this, I will mark as non-viz. Now, how do I want the shape here to work? I guess, let me undo that. Based on how the ground is, I already separated it, so let's uh go back, keep it separated, but find where this face is here. So this part I can keep. This part is marked as non-viz. Okay. Am I gonna do the entire middle structure now? I'll start from this side. Or wait, I will start from this side. So this is very clearly something I can mark as non-viz. How about down here? Like I'm gonna keep trimming it down, and then as I do that, it's gonna end up being completely gone. So I think I uh do it to the rest. I have to figure out at what point I stopped though. So it would have been nice if I had kept the separate sections separated for this purpose, but it's fine. So the room I said ends here, but the ceiling ends here. So it's the entire structure from here. From here down would all need to be marked as non-biz. This is kind of rough. Right, is there a faster way for me to do this? I mean, I could try the thing where I just outline it. Not here. Because if I try to double click there, it's not going to do what I want. So I have to make sure that all of these parts, I guess, needs to wrap around. That looks like it worked. That doesn't. That doesn't. I think I got it. Oh, I missed this. Did I miss down here? I did miss down here. Okay, so this is non-biz, add here. I know it has some solid block light faces. I'll just remove those later. Okay, so this entire, and I have to, I'm gonna, hmm, I'm gonna treat this room separately. They're this little like transition part separate. So for now, I'm just gonna patch the holes that I've created. It seems that needs to go this way. I think it's gonna end up like that. Looks a little odd up here, though. Which means probably this and most of this part. This part can't be marked as non-this, so I don't know what I'm gonna do here. The shape of the room is just quite bad, so I'll probably need to box out the this specific spot. I don't know if I've made rooms like that anywhere else. I don't think so. Everything else is fairly square. So it's just this. It's a little bit of a mess. Anyway. Why is this line solid? It's because it's a face on the top. I don't see any other unexpected holes. So I'll just continue down here. Which way does this go? Across or down? I think it's gonna go like this. Okay. I quick hid something. Right, so now I patch out this room. And what does that mean? It means I take wherever the highest point is and I treat that as the real ceiling, and everything else going downward is gonna be not the ceiling, or not a viz contributor. I need to figure out how wide it goes as well. Looks like this is the extent of it. Okay, so I think I grabbed everything. Alt-N. This is non-viz. I'm gonna make a new selection set. S1 to T. I don't know. S1 S2. I'll just leave it like that. Okay, the ceiling is here. It needs to extend to this wall. Ooh, okay. There's a problem here that I'll have to figure out. It may just mean I mark some of these walls as non-vis. Because this needs to extend all the way to here. Okay, it even goes one more, which means I have to change the ceiling below slightly. This is actually non-vis now. Whoops. This is also non-vis. And this just gets deleted. It seems that I need to delete this. And this is gone, this is gone. I guess I could also just delete these walls. They don't really have a... Or they do have a... Alright, if I bring this back, the purpose is... I mean, if I... Okay, let's say I do delete them. And I delete this, this, and this. Now I can actually open up this space a little. slightly. Oh, did I do that wrong? I did. I think I did. This ceiling belongs to the world mesh. Okay. That looks better. There's just this that I guess I can just completely. Hmm. What do I do here? Let's say I delete it. What's the consequence? Anything? The only consequence is if this space is considered part of the world. But if I instead do this, then it's fine. It looks a little weird, I think, but just to have a random face extending out. But it'll make. I mean, I think it's fine. Anyway, on to the second section. This one, I'm pretty sure I can just do the same treatment where I just mark the entire middle thing as non-viz and move on. The only question is the ground layers. Start with this one. I'm pretty sure this bit can just be marked as non-viz. Okay, so other than that, what do I do about here? I could just leave it. I could say this portion will be non-viz, and I can include this giant pillar. So separate it, add it to S2, mark it as non-viz. This little part is kind of awkward. I'm gonna ignore it, which kind of means I could have ignored the little indents in the wall, but I think that those are almost always, or no, sorry, I should say, in the specific example here, it was indented into something that I was eventually going to mark as non-viz. Therefore, it was easy to eliminate. Here, it's a lot harder to eliminate, kinda, because, well, I I could do something here actually. I could do this. I'm just gonna start grabbing the main mesh, then I'll figure out how the actual ground ends up being shaped. I don't know. Okay, the way I did it in the other room was I try to do horizontal strips across, and then it lets me grab the faces in between. Usually, I guess I need to create an entire bounding box, or I don't know. Well, it's not the end of the world. I have to select every face individually, but maybe if I select this top thing, I can start double clicking. Okay, that did it. I hope. Uh, unless I created pockets like these. I don't think I did that anywhere else. So separate, add or mark it as non-viz, add to S2. Don't show S2. I forgot to add the S2 group. That's why I'm seeing all these things. So add S2 group into S2 and then those go away. Okay, as for the shape of the floor, it'll help if I fill in the pockets first. It looks like I'm able to do this. Ooh, not quite. Because it's so close to the other room, I cannot do that. Okay. So this part will remain as a Viz contributor. And I'll just do it from here instead. So there is still a kind of weird pocket, but wait, how does this work? It's a 48 unit space. That's what ended up happening here because it does slightly overlap since I dragged it down. That's fine. Okay. So big room into, oh, there's a hole. Yeah, I just need to fill it. Anything else? I don't think so. Okay. So on to here. First, create a new selection set. That way I know what I'm not grabbing anything redundant. I wish there was a hotkey to just mark as non-viz contributor. All right, so this one is another one where so this is the first or the second, third? I don't know, it doesn't matter. It's another indent into the wall that's kind of problematic. I could just leave it. I'm just gonna leave it. Okay, this non-viz adds S3. I think I may have been kind of like maybe in the small room it was kind of pointless to remove the faces. In here I mean, what do I mean? So the more faces there act as obstructions for line of sight. So having more openings means there's more line of sight created. Now, it's simpler, but it does create like angles from here all the way to up here. That not being blocked could add significant compile time or like FPS drops or something. I'm not really sure. Or I don't know if it's going to be significant, but it's uh definitely something I should think about. Probably. Because it would it be that big of a deal for me to somehow just close off the angle, like extending the ground more, or I don't know. But I'll still try a compile without making that adjustment. So maybe I'm trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. I think here I can just do this. This is S3 to S4. There's no transition between S2 and S3. But this section, so S3 ends here, S4 begins like here. So it's really only this one block that represents the selection set S3 to S4. Okay, so S4, grab, new selection set, S4, and hide it. This room is actually pretty small, so it's not going to be that difficult to do what I want. It can mostly be hollowed out. I could keep this thing in the corner, maybe, but so if I got, let's see. So I kept this in this room and this thing in this room. So in this room, I probably should have kept this in. to some extent. I think that face can go. That can go, but the rest can stay. So hide those three. And now what? So I'm trying to say that this shape I want to keep. I think that's fine. So the purpose for that is so that I can say in this room I may keep this. So I guess starting from up here and this side I'll get rid of. So all of this is non-viz part of S4. Ooh, okay. I need to add this as well. I'm not sure why this menu gets resized sometimes. But anyway, did I miss one? No. Okay. One issue that I don't know if I don't know if it's an issue or not. It's just this only being 16 units. Like, I may want to extend it out more. I mean, I don't want to, but for some reason I have the idea in my head that having the smaller face is gonna be worse or bad for some reason. But I mean, it's 16 by 64. It's not that small. Maybe it's fine. Well, I'm getting better at selecting the faces, but it's also really simple for these shapes to do so. Right, so select top, select the bottom. Nope, double click doesn't work there. So select this ring and then it should select the rest. And I select this face to this face, double click Shift T. Okay. Up here, there's really not much for me to do. Here, the only thing I could do is really nothing. I don't think there's anything I can do there. So this room is a little bit intimidating to look at because it's the shape of it is so weird. It's tube going down the middle into a a box into slight indent expanding the size of the box into now there's a giant structure in the middle. But I'm sure I'll figure it out. This room is not going to be tricky. But yeah, this one I will be. For now, I'll start by removing this. I guess since they're separate, I'll do it separately. Non-viz, add to S5. I'm deciding if I'm gonna. I think I keep most of this wall. This first. Okay, first I'll get rid of this. That way I can have a better look at the shape of the wall. Okay, so from here it goes out 3, but it's really only, well, it's out 3, and then there's this part here. I think I'll get rid of this. Okay, I'm gonna fill in the gaps while I'm here. I forgot to add this one. Okay, so this shape of the wall is what I'm gonna stick with. It's 2 by 3 by whatever the height is. The thing in the middle, I'm also gonna keep, minus the things sticking out. So I guess I'll get rid of those first. Whoops. Oh, I pressed F2. I want to press F5. Okay. So down here, if I'm keeping this shape, then I'm probably also keeping this one and this ground. Whoops. Okay. I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, I don't know. So comparing it to the other rooms, there's this thing in the corner, which I find acceptable. Things that are against the wall are fine. If there's no corner, like blocking line of sight, because that complicates the line of sight. Here, because the wall is so big, I can't like reasonably decide to, or reasonably say that this is not a Viz contributor. I just can't, so that's why that remains. This kind of blocks line of sight here, but I think it's fine because it's so minor. Um, so the tricky thing is over here. Um, so this thing blocks line of sight here, but then it also like expands because of there's so much space. It actually affects a lot. So I'm going to get rid of this whole thing. This one stays because there's not a double-sided thing being blocked. It's just one way. It does, I think it does slightly complicate it, but it's probably fine. Even this one is probably fine, but I'm It's bothering me. Like I made an argument justifying removing it, and I'm just gonna stick with it. Okay. So this layer, there's just 1, 2, 3, 4 things to remove. You could argue keeping this thing in the corner. Guess I can do it like I can just get rid of this one. Whoa. Okay. That's not so bad. So now there was an indentation I said I was going to make. It starts from up here. I'm not ready for that yet, so I'll just start doing these little blocks sticking out. If I want, instead, I could try to justify, like, this one's going up, so I could also do it here. There's no reason not to. Oh, I deleted the selection set. Whoops. Right, I want to delete only this face. And I want to delete this face. And then these. And then just extend this down. All right, so that one's done. I could do it. I could probably do it here. Yeah. It's easier to just do this, I believe. All right, any others? So this one in the middle, I can't do it too. I like doing it in the corners only. Wherever I can. So, but once there's jumps below it, I also can't do it anymore. It's only here that it's acceptable. And here. Okay, so the next jump is this one. Non-diz adds S5, fill the hole. I'll do the thing in the middle last. I'll keep on working from the outside in first. Okay, this wall looks like it's going to be tricky because it's a mix between two different sections, kinda. I mean, there is space because it's this section. No, wait, this section to here. So that's the problem, but there's space up to here, meaning if I want to mark, I mean, it's fine. This is fine. So I mark this as non-viz only. And it's just like the ceiling branching out. Um, it matters if it branches back in. So like here to here is flat, which means I just need to take this whole section, mark as non-viz. Then it goes back in by 1, so it's just this part to here I have to mark. Okay, so from up here, there's a indent in the ceiling. You can look straight down and it's fine. There's an indent to here, then to here, then to here. I can't really, like, I can't extend this. Like, let's say I grab from here down to here. I'm not able to extend this part all the way out here because there is stuff in the way. So I just have to accept the shape of that for what it is. This is going to be another pocket that I just have to accept, like I accepted it in the section 3 tunnel right here. It's just sad that it's extending into the out of bounds, but It's probably fine. Okay, did I miss anything? No, then I will continue to go up. Okay, that's all the blocks on the outer wall. I'll go here last. I'll do the indent into this now. So, oh, I didn't look into this part. I mean, it's partially the same thing. So the indent starts from up here. I'll just do it. I wonder if I should even bother. I think because of how many indents into the wall there is, I think it's important. So I'm gonna commit to this idea. It does actually extend to here, so this is gonna end up being a little bit odd, but I am sure I'll figure it out. Do I do the top? No. Okay. I think this is the shape I'm going for. So all of this is now non-diz. Now I have to fill in that gap. So starting from here, Hmm. I think that putting a wall there is a little tricky. I'm not sure. I don't think it actually goes there. I think it cuts in like this. The ceiling could go. Is it like this? Yeah, this part does seem a little odd. It's in combination with what's removed. I think I'm overcomplicating this. I think this one goes down like this. And then I guess it'll just follow the shape. Meaning this goes away. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go back to that. It's easier to go this way and figure out the shape, and then maybe it'll make sense when I go back. This is one too many out. Okay, maybe it's... Oh, what's this? This from here to here needs to be part of what gets removed. Okay. Wait, what am I doing? It's supposed to extend this way. Okay, so one tricky thing is here, what I think I should do. It's probably extending the ceiling. So this should be Viz merge by edge. And then this part is going to get closed like this. So before, after. I think that's fine. Okay, so the last room is here. Ooh, actually, I think I should keep that because I want to make sure there's as little vision from here into the outside as I can. So I'm going to keep those as is. Which also means I've already done most of this room. There is the something I'm kind of forgetting. So I need to go through and check each of the rooms. Or what do? I do this. I want to select everything here and then start checking. Or I want to remove this from the selection set. That's what I want to do. Remove and then hide this. And now check behind what remains. So I keep this selected, check behind what remains to see if I can fill in some things. Like here, I can do what even is, okay, it's just really thin. Now this, okay, I'm getting tricked by the angle I'm looking from. Most of the blocks are attached to the non-viz structure, so I don't have to concern myself with it. It was just this one I can't do, this one I added, this one I've done already, behind this wall is already done. Don't see anything else I could do. So how about this one's already done. S2. I remove and hide this. And I check each face. So this one I can do. It looks like I can do these 4. I can do these 2. Almost everything else is attached to the middle, so there's nothing else for me to do. So that's fine. This one I've already done well on. At least I think so. Let me be sure. Um, remove, hide this, and then check. Yeah, nothing is big enough. Because that's the thing about how I did these groups is I usually made it so they are um so they're smaller than the 64 unit grid, and for the ones that I'm making the decision to not do block light on things that are not on the 64 unit grid. Looks like that was the only one. So so for this type of stuff, it happens because I made a decision to like change the shape of the world like in the middle of like modifying the groups, I guess. All right, this last section. So I'm gonna look through this one first. Be sure all the blocks are not on the 64 unit grid. It's only here that they are, so I could just do that. And this one. And I guess if I'm saying that's staying in the world, then that one will be done as well. Okay, so then I just check the big room. I remove S5, then hide this, and check what remains. So there's these. This one's not quite 64 units, so I leave it alone. And same for this one. There's only this down here. Are these floating? Oh, right. Um, it's the entire ground here. There's this face. Okay, there's a lot to do here. The rest should be fine. So that should be done. So now hopefully a compile or first, I'm not forgetting anything, right? GPU, path tracer. Okay. So I will compile and hopefully it will not be as crazy for the viz calculation. I guess I could have checked for viz leaks first. I'll do that while I'm letting this compile. There were some unmerged edges. If this doesn't finish in the next like 3 minutes, then I'm gonna abort and do the what's it called? Viz hints. Because this doesn't look particularly huge or I mean, the shape is a little complicated. Maybe if things are so close together, the viz line of sight things are gonna like mistakenly try to go into separate areas. Maybe I should tell it to stick to 64 unit instead of 8, which is the default, since my whole map is on 64 unit. So it's at 3 minutes and it's still going, so it's 1 more minute before I'm gonna cancel it. I don't see any holes as I'm flying through. I mean, it's a fairly I mean, it's a larger map than I've done before, so maybe it's just normal for it to take uh several minutes. So at this point I said I was going to press abort. But I'm going to leave it. Maybe I'll abort at like 7 minutes, and in the meantime I'm just going to observe. There's really nothing happening. Oh, Yeah, there's really nothing else happening. Okay, then. Maybe I could just do the viz hints in the meantime. Or is it something here in the settings? Oh, it finished building. No, it finished doing the cluster thing. And now the actual raise is very small, which is like I know it would be really small. This one's crazy. 2 million, 0 useful raise. 246 million, only 31,000 useful raise. So ideally now I never change the world bounds, and so and I never do another viz build. Oh, it says one triangle with too many overlaps. What does that mean? That's not what I wanted to click. I wanted to click this. Oi, hammer. I'm not sure what that means, but it's fine. So I don't need to do the course. I'm just I already kinda I mean there are some changes that ended up happening like this, which allows you to get significantly more pre to make that easier. I did end up changing this, so I need to verify that some of these jumps are actually still possible. This should be fine. That I don't think is fine. Also, alright, so that is not a leak, but it's a face that is block light when it's not supposed to be. Oh, it's right. I didn't go back and fix some of the faces or some of these non-viz meshes that am I left block lights on. So find the world and hide it. Now find any solid block light, and I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna delete them wherever I see them. There should be an easier way for me to do this. like I can just find, I can do this, select faces using this material, and then check them individually to see if they're all actually completely out of play. To where it's safe to delete them instead of having to change the material. That looks fine to me. This looks fine. That looks fine. Okay, there weren't that many. Yeah, so it should be no problem to just delete. But what was I was here to here. Like considering how I'm meant to get to this block, it's almost certainly not possible as is. So I should just move the block over. Back where it was, and then just do that. Now it should be fine, because that is where it was before, I think. Wait. I can just do this also. I think I like that better. Alright, I'm not gonna recompile. I'm just gonna continue from here. Yeah, this is horribly dark. But once I'm up here, it's fine, so there's only like 2 small areas that I'm gonna need to add some light source to down there. Some of the light leaks seem a little weird, but maybe it's fine. Okay, I don't need to do the route, because I didn't change anything in this room, I didn't change anything here. Even the lighting in this part's fine. Here it's dark, because like I already knew this was not gonna end up being affected, so I should close that part off. definitely needs a light. So it's 2 more sections that need a light. I don't remember if I changed anything here related to the route. I don't think I did. So just move on. This whole part definitely needs a light. Down here is arguably fine. Does this seem out of place? Kinda, but it's fine. And the player just goes and has to jump back over here. I guess the annoying thing is they can't get up through here, and they can't realistically make that jump, so they actually always have to go around this way. There needs to be a light up here. I can't continue from there, and can't see anything in here either, so all that needs a light. What's this? Ah, it's the mix of other blocks. The so I hide the world. And then I select S1 and start checking if there's faces I need to delete. So this gets deleted. Do S1. This gets deleted. These two are out. This is out. Those three are out. And this one. This is out. The one that's on the wall have to stay though. This is out, and this is out. Then these three are out. I think that's S1 done. Unless I'm missing down here. I'm missing 1, 2, 3. And I probably should be combining these meshes, but I still like I still want to differentiate between the ones that are on the 64 unit grid and the ones that are not. So I will not be merging them yet. I'll have to make a decision later. Okay, now I think that covers all of section 1. So section 2, there's only a few here that I may have missed. Okay, there's actually several. Okay, I have to do a more uh an approach that makes it so I don't start checking ones I've already deleted. So just going in order based on the route. There's this one. And this one. Ooh, I wasn't supposed to delete here. All right, that should be section 2 done. Section 3. This one actually should only have a few. Because there's only so many jumps in section 3. So that's already done. Section 4 has a lot, I think. I have to go in order by the route. I don't even know the route. I think I go here. Okay. I think that's section 4 done. So now 5. This one starts from down here. I guess that's the other thing I haven't been checking is overlapping faces within the meshes themselves. So I can do a third pass, I suppose. Or I can leave it to the playtester to find them for me. No, I can't do that one. Can I do this one? Yes. Just due to how I chose to place it on the wall, I'm not able to do that. If I want, I could lower the ceiling here. But I'm going to leave it alone for now. Here there shouldn't, or there probably shouldn't be anything for me to do here, because there's nothing. All right, I think that's it for the uh, extra faces. For now, until I want to be more thorough about it. So now I just need to add lights, and I need to add lights in the places that are absurdly dark. Then what? Once I add lights to places that are absurdly dark, oh, I need to do the moon dome thing. I need to player clip these walls, which actually that's something I can probably do right now. Or the skybox walls. Player clip. So that's section 1 clip. I'm going to need to also put these in the appropriate groups. So let's throw this into section 1. Then I can delete the selection set now. This is also part of section 1. All of this is section 2. all of this is section 3. I didn't put them in the right group still, but I just mostly want to get rid of the selection sets and get rid of the meshes on the top level. Section 3 to 4, I'm not sure which it belongs to. I'll say this counts as section 4. I'm not sure though. So let's say I select section 3. Section 3 is up here. This is like the intermission area than section 4. So it's closer to section 4. I say it's section 4. Now these select, throw into section 4, delete this, throw into section 5, delete. Now that's the player clip. I'll organize that in a moment. Let me just check the rest. I have a start and end group that don't actually contain anything. That's fine. I could throw these into start. This is timer start. That's part of start. This is part of start. I'll throw this into the start as well. Let me move it then. Light environment. It's fine. End should contain the end trigger. So just throw that into the end. ENV sky is part of the start. Move it over. That's fine. Okay, so this is a flare clip for section 1. Before I do that, let's throw the meshes into the correct group. Okay, now section 1 group. This is section 1 player clip. On to section 2. Section 2 player clip. Section 3 player clip. And the reason I'm putting it in a group is, and instead of naming the mesh itself, is that I may add more player clips at some point, and I'd rather have a group of player clips than a bunch of individually named player clips. And in this case, there actually is multiple separate player clips, so it works out. This one, I think it's a little faster if I just move it. Oh, actually, no, I was going to delete this. Because it's not functional. The light coming from here doesn't do anything. Therefore, there's no point in having it there. Okay. Section 4. I already did it. Wait, really? Oh, I did section 4, but I thought it was section 1. That just shows how unfamiliar I am with the map. Whoops. Section 1, player clip. Was I making them plural? I forgot. No. Okay. Section 5 also only has one giant one. Section 5, player clip. Right, so that's player clips done. Now I'm gonna go look for that moon dome. I think I already have it. It came from Dropbox and I must have used it. So it's gotta be in here. Default. It's Office. I need these 3. So if I look in here, I'm trying to think of the path. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure I need to keep both. Use this with the ENV Sky, and then this says what? No, I don't think I need both. I'm pretty sure I only need one. I'm gonna just throw them in the same location. So go to Steam, content add-ons. Next one. Materials. Just throw them in here. Now I'm gonna go to material editor. I do not like that this gets hidden behind the taskbar instead of like getting hard clipped from or I don't know what I'm saying. Right, materials, this one. Open materials, all. It should be this. This is supposed to be Moondome. And then is it this? I don't really know how to use this. I'm gonna save this and then see if it works. And then if not, then I'll look for what it's supposed to be. This I'm pretty positive this is wrong. Yeah, this doesn't look right. So I'll go to, I don't see Discord. I must, right, not Discord, not Discord, not. Okay, I have a Discord tab, but it wasn't letting me select it. It's weird. So, assets? No. Okay, source to assets. It's just a link, so I have to figure out how to use it myself. At some point, I did figure it out. So let's see if I could remember what I did. Well, something went horribly wrong. Well, while I wait for this, I'll just go to the restroom. This stall's not going away. Um, Maybe if I click it. No, that's a shame. I'm just gonna close it then. All right. I really want to. I agree with this fully. I can't comprehend why this guy is so obsessed with ladder surf. Like putting it in the B-hop map, but like if he likes it, he should just make a map consisting of ladder surf. That's what I would do. Anyway, I need to go here, reopen the mapping tool. It's been 3 hours? Okay. Well, I mean, doing the rest of what I want to do is quick. It's just adding some lights, doing the moon dome, and then a full compile, and then submitting for the workshop. I don't know what to name it though. I go to here, maps, and look for, what am I looking for? The word next. It's not even used? Really? I don't believe that. Let me go to the KZ Climb YouTube. Ooh, this tournament is actually announced. Oh, there's also the. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna look at this on mute just to see if they did they steal his intro? Yes, they did. That's so funny. Okay, next. Okay, there's really nothing called next apparently. Oh, here. This is a not loading. That should probably mean there's nothing with the name, right? Okay. Yeah, okay. I am gonna assume there's nothing. Alright. Anyway. So get out of here. Go to here. Now, what do I want to do? The Moondome thing. Serial editor. Open this. So last time, I just pressed this button and it caused a stall. Now it's fine. Somehow. Okay, maybe that's all that I needed to do. What room was it? Maybe it crashed before it applied. Ugh. Actually, when did it crash? Should I... Do I need to check for something? I think the last thing I did was the player clips, so it should be fine. Anyway. Moondome. Select this. Shift T. All. Alright, so select all faces and replace with this one. And we're good. So that's Moondome done. So now I just need to add lights where it was absurdly dark. So let's just load the map in the engine. So I'll start with the spawn. Whoops. This is front. This is indirect only. Direct only. I don't really know what that one means. But anyway. I'll stick to Fulbright. Here is an... Is it just an Omnilight? I'm gonna try rectangular light first. Make sure it's actually in the center of the room, so right here. The shape is fine. Now the values. Should I really pay much attention to it? Let's hide this. So now I can look more carefully at this. It doesn't affect the top at all. But what if I bake it? Baking it works because this room is very reflective, so I'm just gonna change the light units to EV and turn it down to like -2 and leave it like that. Okay. Maybe I just throw this type of light everywhere that's kind of dark. So the next spot would be up there, because here is fine, it's playable. It's only after here, so definitely needs to go like 1 floating somewhere here. Where is it right now? It's in a separate room. Right, go back to hiding this and preview baked. It's not quite far enough. That should do as well. Okay, where else is it dark? Over here, I will put one in case, so I can't see without the other light. So bring this over to wherever section 3 is. Should be here. Where's the ceiling? I'm past it. Something like that should be fine, but I'm gonna need a second thing down there probably. Let's see what it looks like baked. Without the light environment. Doesn't really reach, which is fine. It just means I put a second one around here. with the sunlight, that should be fine now, probably. All right, so the last unlit spot is, so after here, this corridor I think is lit now, right? Because of this light. So it should be fine. So it's this column. And I think this one probably makes more sense to have a barn door light. Just find the center of the room. Should be there. The light shape should be square. Bring the outer radius in, spread this to fit the space. I think that's it. That's all. Just make sure, let me go to this, Control Y, Shift C, and then F5. Just get to the ceiling, go down a little bit. The range needs to go all the way down. Maybe not that far. That, and then make it a little wide. So go back to all lighting, take this, make it a little wide so that the walls are actually touched. Then no softness. The value I've been using is -2. Then I bake. Okay, so that's probably fine. So now the other space is this area, which I can use the light rect in. This area is probably going to be 2 light or barn lights. That should hopefully cover it. So for now, I'll start with the barn lights first. Go back to Fulbright. I need to select the length of the corridor and then find its center. Then make sure the light is in its center. Now it's not quite in the center horizontally, so let's select this wall and this wall. Needs to go down 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be the center. So now I just get this and extend it to touch the end wall and get it all the way to the ceiling. Then it doesn't have to reach all the way to the ground. It needs to reach to around here. There. So I take this, duplicate it, rotate it, and put it in this other corridor. But this one does not need to be as high up because the ceiling is lower here. Let's make sure this is also not inside the wall. Since the ceiling's lower here, where is it exactly? I'm not sure what that is. It's probably coming from outside. Anyway. Yeah, it's still very dark at this point, so I still definitely need to get this art done right. Trying to figure out where it starts. Is it here to here? So this is the center. Whoops. Here. That should be the length covered, height covered, and where does it start getting too dark? Or not too dark. I would say around those. This is probably okay, maybe. Okay, back to the light rect. Where is it? Over here? Is this the right room? No, that's section 2. Well, I mean, I could put it in the end first, because that's kind of easy. That's already fine. I don't think I need to touch the tunnel. I think the indirect lighting should do the trick. So I think I'll just try doing only two. I'm gonna do one in this corner. Let me see. So if I get into that spot, which is up here. Yeah, it's completely dark, but with this light source, it's not so bad. I don't know. I think it's probably better for me to put it over here in this corner. Or, I mean, hold on, let me bake the lighting here. Because I'm gonna end up, I definitely need to put a light in here, which will affect this part. Kinda, maybe, maybe not. This one will definitely affect both this and this corner, which is why I want to move this here. I think that's where I want the other light. Maybe more like here. And I have to just make sure it reaches the bottom of the room. That looks mostly okay. So now with all of the lighting, hopefully there's nothing, okay, there's still some spots that are kind of dark. So, I mean, this spot is kind of playable. This spot as well, kind of playable. I think there just needs to be one light here. So I'll take this one and move it. It's kind of overkill radius though. No, it was not overkill actually. Okay. I think that should be good. So that the map is at least playable. So do I care to do anything more right now? So it's just material stuff, materials, and then once I decide on my materials, I can do prop details. Route changes I can't do right now. I could do like a little visual to show the start, so I guess I'll do that like here. This will have no physics, and I'll just make it lime. That is where the start is, right? Yeah, okay. It's just that. One spot's to start, so then this. I'll make it red. No collision, also non-vis. This should get thrown in end. This non-vis should get thrown in start. I'll do another full compile. So I do a full compile. That's a good idea. For real, we need to raise the stakes in KZ runs. Um, that's gonna take like 5 minutes. So, did I miss anything? I don't think so. Um, it's just the name of the map, but I don't really need to worry about the name. So I could set up, I mean, I have to wait for it to compile to do a screenshot. I could think about a name. I have no idea. I could look into doing the material right now. I'll open up Paint. .512 by 512. I'm just gonna try something simple. I'm gonna try gray with, where's the layers? Here. How do I, it would be easier for me to do this in Hammer. I don't know any like grid snapping hotkeys in Paint. How about copy? No. Take this. Right, there's shift. But does not snap to grid still. But whatever. I'll do. So it's 512. 512 minus like 32. That's 480. And then from this side, 480 minus 32. 48. No, do it from each side. Or 48. Okay, well now I have to subtract from 448 another 32. Or is it 64 now? It's 384. Oh, I can just look at the number here. Right, how's the compile going? Still doing viz. So, I mean, it's consistent. Back to paint. Whoops. So now here from each side, I want to go in by 32. So I mean, it's easier for me to do it from, it's not easier. 84 becomes 82, 52. And then 52 becomes 20. 52, 20. Whatever. I need to make this one subtract or what? Negate? Subtract? Where's the word subtract? Difference? Darken? Screen? I don't know. Well, the intent was just to do this. Thinking. Am I just trying to do the run? I guess so. think I probably get away with making this smaller if I want to. For now, I mean, I'm not gonna right now, but did I still accidentally make this not possible? At least it's a quick fix. I can just do a non-viz compile now. Okay, well, I will move it over. Maybe to just there. I'm gonna forget if I don't do it right now, so I'll do it right now. That goes there. Oh, Fulbright. That goes here then. Just leave that alone. Alright, so leave that, continue the run. Or, well, yeah, I'll continue in case there's other things I need to change. I had it. It's so much nicer when it's not Fulbright. I have to remember, okay, so I'm gonna forget. When I think I'm gonna forget things, the best thing to do is to throw it in my face. So I'll put a point world text saying to do light probe cube maps. Do see, I forgot what was the other thing. What the heck was the other thing? I feel like I noticed it while I was going through. So in my head, I was thinking about what people would mention. People would mention stuff like this. And then I was thinking, oh, what if I say just focus on the route, I guess, and not the lighting issues. But other than that, like light probes would kind of fix some of that. I was also thinking about the material. I was already here anyway. I was all the way here. Oh, right. The triggers. That's what it was. Reset triggers in the drop areas. Then there's anti-bhop stuff. Bhop stuff. That's what I was thinking of, and that's why I said I noticed something in the middle of the run. It was the lack of reset. Okay. This spot is a little dark, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, this map it doesn't feel particularly hard if you're doing it slowly. I think this is one of the hardest jumps in the map. If you're forced to long jump it. Now this is one of the hardest jumps in the map. Okay, so it's doable. There's nowhere that is so dark that it's unplayable. So I'll do the light probe. And it's not too big of a deal, or it's not too complicated anyway. It's like there's 5 sections, so it's kind of really easy to do, especially because I did it on the 64 grid. Top should be here. Now this stuff extending out is a small problem. I'm not sure what I'll do about it, so I'm gonna just ignore it and keep it like this. Right, so now next is a light probe in this very small room. It's only the top that's off and bottom. Right, so both of these I just need to center and hope they're not inside walls. In this case it is, so I'll move the pivot to be there. This one, the pivot should be here, probably. Okay, third room. That should do it. Now the origin should be able to just move somewhere over here and then we're fine. Okay, the next one I think can be divided into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just because that's how many little sections there are. Before I do that, I'll throw one in to start. Something like that should be fine. Although it does need to extend to here. So this may be the type of thing that involves overlapping. So in this case, it's gonna be it's overlapping by 64, so it needs a 32 fade. Where? Here. For that reason, it goes out by 64 on all dimensions. Where is this so that I can see it properly? Oh, it's because I'm selecting 2 of them. That's why it's behaving weird. No, it needs to go out by 32, not 64. Wait. Yeah. Wait. What? I have to look at the docs because my brain doesn't really understand it right now. So CS2KZ, documentation, mapping, cube map. Fade. Ensure the combine the E combined light probe. What is E? E and V combined light probe volume. Edges overlap by twice the distance of your edge fade distance. Okay, so overlap by 64, but the distance is 32. That's what I'm doing. But for the edges of the map, I'm only doing 32. ceiling is 64. And the bottom is 32. Okay, so this 32 out, this 32 out, this 64, this 32, this 64. This one, I need to do the same thing. 32, 32. Let me just check the number. It's 32. Yeah, so this one is out 64, but the rest is 32, 32, 32, 32, 32. Right, this one. This from the, I hope I didn't touch it yet. I don't think I did. From the bottom, it's 64, and then this side is also 64. This is 32, 32, 32, 32. Okay. This one is 64, 64, 32. Oh. This way, I'm gonna leave it as 32 because I don't really count that. I don't think. Whoops. Dude. Okay, go back to where it was. Just one step out. Why does it feel like it's going out by so much? What? Like, at the bottom, isn't that way too much? How did that? No, it isn't. It isn't. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. I shouldn't eyeball it then. Or I shouldn't be doing it in the 3D view. Right, that one was definitely wrong. But now it's fine. Wait, so what about this one? That went way too much. Oh, I feel like I have to redo them. I probably moved them by way too much, or way more than intended. Vertically, 64, it looks fine, right? Yeah. On the bottom, 32 looks fine. This one, I'm fairly positive that it's fine. This one, just looking at the lines, it looks fine. Yeah, okay, so it was only this one that got messed up. So let's make sure I do it right. 32, 32. This one's definitely 64 now. I can visibly see it. This one, definitely 64. But I only wanted to go 32 down from the top. That looks like 32 to me. All right, so that's fine. And I like where I put the origin, so I'll move on. Make sure I actually set the edge fade distance though. That's probably why it's a little bit fishy looking at it. Did I copy it yet? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, okay. Let's take this one, move it over, start from here, and move it by 2. This one, need to put it on the wall and then 1. This one is on the wall, then 1. And this one is here, and then 2, because I'm going to do a second light probe. In the bottom, and the top. Top is 1. Bottom is 1. So I'm not going to consider that in the overlap. Okay, now the origin. I'll just move it to around here. Maybe there. All right, next. Red is on the wall and then out by 32. Green out by 32. Green in this regard. Also only out by 32. But the last red needs to be 64. Then the blue just needs to be where it currently is fine. And the bottom should also be fine, just being 32. This kind of looks like it doesn't extend enough, but I think that'll be hopefully covered by... Ooh. Don't want the light probe to extend into the other room. I hope, or it might. So actually, this one needs to extend by more. I'll put this one here and bring this one in by 64. So if I grab them both, actually, wait, that's fine. This one needs to, wait, this one needs to end here. So it's still a 64 overlap with 32 fade. Okay, so now this one, the origin, I think I just want to put it there. Maybe a little higher. It's fine. Now I think I take this one. Now it's definitely not overlapping into the other room, which I really need to avoid. So the fact that it isn't is good. Now the second one needs to be down here. The dimensions should be the same-ish. Maybe not. This one is 32. This one definitely cannot really extend all that far. So this is on the wall. We go out by 32, and it's already kind of extending, which is a bit of a problem. I think I can't. I don't know. I'll leave it. I'm gonna do it. We'll see how much of a problem it is. It's just that these two. Oh shoot. Well, no, it's only in this small section. This room is actually not overlapping. It's barely not overlapping. It's kind of pushing it with how close it is. Anyway, the so that red, I just have to deal with it where it is now is probably fine. This red, I have to leave where it is. So that means over here, I kind of just have to deal with it, but if it's a problem, I will adjust it. This green is way too far out. I think I will let a different cube map handle that fall. So it's gotta be a transition up to here. So here and then out by 64. The reds I don't touch, the greens I leave alone, so it's just the height. The bottom's fine. The top is fine. Okay. I think I wanted it there, right? So if I grab these two, or get rid of this one, I'll grab this one. Yeah, so the overlap is 64. That's what I was going for. This origin, I think I'll just have it on this part of the room. This one's probably fine here. Right, I think that one's good to go. So now I'm gonna put a tiny cube map just in this little corner, I guess. I mean, that just kind of shows how awkward the placement of this corner is. Just like looking at it, it's almost intersecting here, here, like everywhere. I don't really, I mean, I guess in the future, I have to make sure I don't get carried away with making it as compact as possible. Okay, so am I grabbing the right one? Yes. Oh, am I? Am I accidentally grabbing multiple? I don't think so. Okay, just move the top down to where the ceiling is. I already nailed it. All of that's already fine. I think this goes here. The bottom goes down one. This wall goes out one. And then just move the origin around here. That was weird the way it like gets detached. But anyway, right here should be fine. Just gotta make sure from start to end, at every point where I enter and exit a cube map, there is an overlap. That's the only thing that matters. Yeah, looks okay. A. Um, what do I want to do about this little spot? Are any of the cube maps encapsulating it at the moment? Yes. Kinda. I don't think it's a good idea for me to put a separate cube map just in this corridor, so I have to decide which cube map is gonna cover that particular spot. I think the answer is this one. Which means we go here plus 2. Or actually, no. Just plus 1. And then here as well. But this one is +2. Okay, so that's covered. The overlaps get kind of crazy there, but I don't really know what I could do about it. So let's make sure the rest of it should be fine. Floor looks a little crazy, but hold on. I'm noticing the same thing as before. Let me do it from here. No, it's fine. Okay. The pivot, though. I need to move it. Let's put it... Dude, just put it back at 0. I want it here. Maybe a little higher? Sure. Okay, so now this I will move over to put in the center of this long thing. Whoops. Out by 32, out by 32, out by 32, out by 64, and then for the top, I'll just have it go to the ceiling, plus 32. This side, it's actually going to need to do 64 because there's overlap, and this side, it's going to need to do 64 because of the overlap. And also at the bottom, there will need to be 64. So I guess I will put edge fade on the Z. Okay. This one I can just center, it really doesn't matter. Now, how the heck do I do this last term? I'm gonna skip it and do the end. For now. Or I just mean I want to do the end first, and then I'll figure out what I do immediately after. So this is 64, 32, 32, 32, 32, 32. Okay, then there's this side thing, which if I'm in the map and I go there, am I able, and can I get away with having one cube map for this entire area? Probably not, because there's a thing in, there's opening in the middle. But I mean, all that means is I have to move the cube map to not be in the middle, and then we're fine. Alright, how realistic is it for me to do this without b-hopping? It's kind of hard. This might trick the player into backtracking. I'm not sure what I want to do about it at the moment. Like right at the end, they're like, oh shoot, let me go jump off and redo the whole room. Or even worse, let me jump over here and start going backward. Maybe I'll even fall down here and get sent even more backward without realizing it. Hmm. Anyway, okay, so I'm doing the part of section 5 that is like sticking out now. And I should be able to do it with just one light probe as long as I oops. As long as I move the cube map or the pivot. Right, this one needs to go significantly lower, like so. This actually is not sticking out enough. I need to do it from here another 64, I think. Okay, so the fact that there's this part, it kind of, it's another thing that's going to be messing with the cube map. So I think this part needs a separate cube map from everything else in the room. Anyway, I almost forgot to do this one. I'll move the pivot here. Okay, then I'll do this one. No. Let me grab this. I think I split it into this bottom area and then the top one. But the top one is also going to need to stop at some point. Probably here. Split it off into, so there's three. I think there'll be 3 cube maps. So first, whoops, move this one. That spot's probably fine. I also just realized with this 64 thing I was doing, it's wrong. I'm supposed to pick a line and then go 32 from one and then 32 from the other, and then that means that the overlap length is 64. So I need to find every single overlap and make sure I didn't mess that up. It's like this one from here is out by 2, then here out by 2. That one works only because there's a built-in overlap. From this one vertically, from the ceiling it went up by 2, but then this one from the same line went down by 2, which means the overlap actually ends up being 128 instead of 64. So this one needs to go up by 1, and this one needs to go down by 1. So that there's actually 64 overlap. And I think the same idea is going to repeat for all of them. So this is in by 64. Or by 32, I mean. In by 32. Here, I think is fine. Because I did this one, I actively looked at this one to figure out if it was correct. And that's why I didn't really notice the issue. This one is a 128 one, I think. Or hold on, it's here to here. It's actually fine. So this is another one I did manually. How about this one? Here. Here. I did that one manually as well. I'm pretty sure I did this one manually. So here and then here, that's another 64. Here to here is good. Here to here, is that a 128? It is. Since that's the only place where the overlap matters, I'll just bring this one in. I can't really do much at the overlap here. I just have to accept it for what it is. Let me just make sure it is being covered. It looks good to me. Okay, so how about this one? Comparing the overlap from this side to this side. This one goes in by 64, and then this one goes out by 64. That's too much, so we're going to leave that here. I don't have anything here yet, but I'm going to try to do the 32 thing. Or I'll keep this tunnel flush, except for where it needs to overlap. Like, or like here, only against this wall do I have to extend it out by 32. By 32, not by 128. This is one of the green ones. About the top. The top was only 32, the bottom, this one I think wants to go up by, hopefully that's 64. Okay, before I go on, this one I want to extend. Holy, that looked like it moved by a lot more than I wanted. Okay, that's only 32, and that's the only place where the overlap happens, so it should be fine. This one overlapped by that amount, looks fine to me. This will go 32 out. That was 64. Okay. That seems fine. And I like where the pivot is. Now I need the middle area. Starting from here, this needs to go down 64. It's gonna expand into this by 32. It must go to the wall and then another 32. I already dragged it down. Just before I forget. So let's do the one in this tunnel, which is here. And this one actually gets high priority. Right. All right. Did I duplicate this yet? I forgot. No, I just changed the priority. Okay. So, do I even want to duplicate it? Maybe not. What's the most recent one? It's this second one. This is the one I duplicated. So, where do I want it to start and end? This one, I think I'll just have it go to the top. Right, so find the wall, go out 32. That one's 32. I guess I already did it. I'll have it stop here. No. Well, I have to. I can't have it not go there. So here plus another 32. Or I can have it go all the way. Then 32 up. And then I'm like, if I check this, that's out. It's going out 64. I probably want it to only be 32 instead. So that, no, that one's probably fine. So go back to the one. I lost it again. It's this one. I keep losing it because of where the pivot is. So let's just move it around here. Or here. There's no good spot. So I guess I'll just try right here. That feels the most open that I can get. Anyway, now the bounds, since this one's 64, I need it to end here on the end of that red thing. So that looks okay. It's actually extending up to here. That's not good. Okay. That already makes me think I can't do it this high. So let's find a room that it's not, bring it to a point where it's no longer overlapping anything. Just move the pivot down. Here it looks okay. Stops overlapping around here. So this plus 32. Right, this cat is begging to come in my room. All right. Alright. So that looks fine for the bounds of this second one. I'm gonna need one here still. And I need one to encapsulate the rest of the upper part of this room. So this this one, I lined it up with the other, right? So that means it needs to go down by 64. This outer part needs to go in until... Actually, it goes to... bring it to the top. Should go here. No, here. Plus 32. Then go to the ceiling of the outer of this part, which is a little higher than everything else. I'm not entirely sure why it's that high. Doesn't seem like it needs to be, but it's fine. This left side should remain unchanged, I believe. Oh, okay, no, it is changed. No, it's fine there. It's actually the one down here that needs to change. It's one too many out. So the most recent one here is now fine. It's this transition should be fine. This one, I think it's going way too much. Let's start from this wall, then to go 32. The most recent one is this one. This one does need to encapsulate this spot, so it needs to go out here. That plus 32. This end up being 64? I want it to only be 32 there. Unless I'm missing something, which I am. It needs to encapsulate this spot. I thought I lined it up. No, it's not lined up. Okay, so it needs to go here plus 32. So it slides into the other room, which could be a problem. We will see. It's way too far over here, so that can't happen. Let's bring it here. You get off the desk. No. Get down. Get down. Yeah, this is tricky. I think here is fine. Here feels like it's a bit too much, but it is what it is. There's missing cube map, so I'm gonna probably have one here to here, covering whatever's missing. This one's fine. So what is missing? Well, where's the... It's this cube map. I don't think I change anything about this one, so it's covering this spot. It's going as far as I can stretch it out here without it, with it hopefully not causing problems. It might though. It's going here as far as possible. It's covering the hallway transition here, covering the transition here. It is handling part of the transition between these two. I think it's a little bit, it looks like it may be a little bit too much, or is it fine? Well, let's see. What if... No, it's fine. Okay. So I'll just position it. Around here. Right, so select all of them, and then let's see. The spot that's not covered, wait, what did I just do? There, okay. Select them all. Spot that's not covered is through here, I believe. So I could try to just make this one extend to cover that spot. From top to bottom, it may create issues. I'm not too sure. Let me position the pivot first. That's something I need to make sure I do with cube maps. There is probably fine. Okay, so find here and then go 32. Here, 32. Go all the way to this wall, then 32. This one needs to go all the way to like here and then 32. No. It needs to go to this line. I lost it. Or did I? This line and then 64. And then up. Ceiling plus 32. Down, I'm not entirely sure. I'm just going to do ground plus 32. Is it going to do some weird things with the transitions? It might. I'll put this as low priority. Okay, so do I build again? What are my notes saying? Actually, I do a build with no viz. I will build cube maps. done. Forgot. And those I'm gonna skip for now. I mean, all of this seems fine. Whoops. Is this really that hard? I think I just suck. Or I'm not getting enough pre. I'm lost. Okay. Holy, why don't I make this? It's not even remotely hard. Is this jump really not doable? Nope. I'm b-hopping it. I think it's just too hard to see at the moment. Holy. That looks really bad. Alright. It's doable. The lighting is mostly fine. The cube maps I didn't really actively pay attention to, but there was nothing that immediately like caught my eye as like, oh, that's unacceptable. How the light looks. Like maybe just this one is probably a I don't really know. I don't know what's causing that. But anyway. Did I forget something? Oh, yeah. It's contrast. So at least I'll do this. Wait, I'll ignore the world mesh. I'll ignore the lights. I will select for this and pick a reflectivity 10. Something that has barely any reflectivity. Just for contrast. Let's go with 20. Section 2, same thing. That way you could at least see the jumps. Hopefully that's enough. So that's a very quick thing for materials. Right, so this is done. Reset triggers, anti-b-hop, b-hop stuff. This I'll just move outside, so or put it in the end. I don't know. Okay, so where does it make sense to put the resets? It would be in the drop areas. So here, do just do Control T or whatever. I did it. Have it take up this entire space. I forgot about this other skip that would be here from here. It's probably like barely possible. Not sure. Did I raise the floor to prevent it yet? I don't know. I don't think I did. I don't think it's any easier from here. I think the distance is too far. So I guess all I would need to do... This is the world mesh, right? So I'll just take this and this and this and this and that. I'm supposed to be on grid 64. That is 316. So that is not doable. So if they fail the jump, they fail that jump, should I reset them? Or should I should just make it so they go back. Maybe I could do a pro save, like I can figure this out. So there's not many, right? So maybe anywhere I could just do a pro save instead of a reset. I'm not sure. Here, I think here in particular, I want the reset. And it would continue through, in this area also, it'd be a reset back to here. This one would need to go deeper into the ground. Is it an issue? I don't think so. Maybe just this isn't reaching, but now it is. That means I have to recompile with Viz. So that's going to take a while. But that's okay. So that's the only other reset. How about a pro save in here? There's pretty much nothing. Yeah, that's something I didn't think about at all. So in here, there is some technically pro saves. Throughout, so I'm not going to worry about this room. Section 4, if you fall, you're cooked. There's no way back up. So I need to have a way back up from here. So I guess I'll just do this. If you fall down, you have to run all the way back to the start of the room, which is a bit rough, but it is what it is. Okay, anyway. Oh. Something's happening here. These three are supposed to be Viz contributors. Oh, please don't crash. Okay, it didn't crash. Viz contributors and part of the world. I hope there aren't many others that I missed. Right. I've tried. I've had this thought several times now, and I've forgotten every time. So the pro save needs to be added to here. It's the most basic pro save possible. It's just a step up. Control S. My hands are so off. I'm changing the viz by doing this, which is bad. So let's go back to section 4. It's okay here. Right, like let me check. So if I where's section 4 again? That's section 1, this is section 4. Yeah, that is definitely fine. But the one here, is that fine? I think the answer is also yes. If I want, I could stretch it all the way across. I just suspect that 6 times 4 is 24. 256 with a 64, that shouldn't be doable, right? So I guess it's fine then for me to just do this. Okay, then. About a way back up. I want to add to this one. How do I do it? What's the smallest space I have? This one? This is actually exactly what I want. Make this go up by 8. Then maybe like that. And then that. So in case you fail, just go back and try again. But then this part is a little odd. I think all that needs to be done is same as here. So I'll just duplicate this. What's the height? This is 64, that's fine. So if you fail, ooh, is this jump to here doable? I would hope not. It might be. Anyway, so now the only reset needed is this one, and then here is a, if I want to do this room how I intended, which is barely getting beyond here. Then I would need most of the floor to be reset, but the problem is making sure I don't hit the reset on there. Hmm. I think I just can't. I think I just have to change this jump. I will add something. I will. What will I do? Dang, I really liked this jump though. I think it's sick. So what's the problem? The problem is it feels a little weird to suddenly have it so that you're not allowed to touch the ground. But I guess I can just make it so that it only happens from here. If you touch the ground at any point from this to here, it's a reset, which means all I need to do is find that room again. Where the heck is it? Here? Here. I need to put a wall somewhere. The only idea I have is to like color this red and hope that is enough indication that you can't touch it, but I don't know. I don't really have any other idea. Oh, you know what? No, 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 no. I'm overthinking this. I just lower this by I just make this height instead of 64, it's gonna be 96. So you can jump on it if you want for whatever reason. But yeah, if you get to the other side, you're gonna get reset. It's sent back to the start of the room. Or yeah, I don't know. I don't have any other ideas. Okay, so this, no, this, delete this face, delete that face. This can go down, but I'll leave it. Did I forget to do this room? Wait. Oh my goodness. I have to redo all the no draw because I changed the material. How long ago did I do that? Not no draw, the block light. Oh, that's gonna be so rough. Hold on. Save this as 3, but now let's see how far back I can undo. With this so I can actually see the faces. Is that it? No, I can still go. That's as far as I could go. That sucks so much. Right, don't save. Well, it's a shame I took so long to notice. Maybe... No, there's no way. I just have to do it all again. At least it's not that bad. It's pretty bad. Like, even the... How didn't I even notice the moon domes? So I have to paint the face again. Okay, that's... I did, what room did I do? Section 2, 4. Three. Oh, I'm so sad about that. Having to redo the block light faces or back face or whatever. I don't know what to call it. Putting no draw behind the faces that are not non-viz or not no draw block light. Right, I did section 5, so it's just section 1. Why does this one seem different from the others? It just is. Probably because I did this one manually. You know, hmm. Yeah, okay. So these are 80 instead of 64. So it just means that this gets merged. And this gets merged. That should be consistent with all of them. Okay. Before I go through and do the block lights a second time, I will do the reset trigger, unless I can think of another way to do it. I cannot. Okay, so this is info teleport destination. We will call this S3 drop 1 dest. Whoops. Wow, that went a lot lower than I expected. This is S3 drop 2 destination. And there should be no need for any other teleport throughout. So this one will just be a general teleport that takes you to S3 destination 1. And this other one will take you to, or drop 1 destination, and this one's drop 2 destination. Whoops. I will make this as small above the ground as I can. And I do a second one. It sends you down here. Or that the second one at the bottom of this pit that will send you to the same destination. That's what I get for getting out of the habit of adjusting the pivot. What is... okay. All right. So both of these take you to section 3 drop destination, drop 2 destination. So that's the going to the end. That's the reset triggers done. So now if I want to go through the effort, I could hide all of the faces. Maybe it's better if I don't. What does that mean? I don't know. I think there's definitely some places where it's necessary, like over here. So I'll just go room by room and figure it out. So starting from here, I wish Viz contributors view had a hotkey. This is a solid block light. Okay. Pretty sure it's only those. This is actually going to be so painful to do. Because it was convenient to do before as I was like removing and adding the faces. But now I have to actually look so carefully to make sure I'm only adding it where it's needed. It keeps going up, right? Yeah. Whoops. I think most of the roof here is also block light. Okay. Can't do that one. I'm can I am I not able to set this to be a hotkey? I'm not gonna spend time figuring it out because I think the answer is no. I'm not able to. All right, as far as I can tell, this first room is done. All right, this cat. Go, go, go. Scram. All right. So I'm now redoing the block lights in the second room since I accidentally, when I changed the material of these, I guess somehow I ended up replacing all my block lights with this material, and I did too much stuff afterward, so I couldn't reach that point by undoing to bring back the block lights. But anyway, it's not so bad to redo them. It's just the biggest hassle is just going and not being able to easily toggle these faces on and off. Or meshes, I mean. So I just kind of do it while keeping them on instead. So at least even though there's these giant structures, most of it is non-viz contributor. It's only the places where it meets the world border that I'm changing the faces. I think that's all of it. Okay. The room that's going to be a pain is the last room, because this whole structure in the middle is mostly going to be solid block light, so I have to do a weird or I'll figure it out when I get to it. Anyway, I'm in section 4. I think this room's done. Okay. I can only do the bottom here because the other shapes are not 64 units wide in the dimension where I'd want to paint the face solid block light. Yeah, at least it's since the faces that are non-viz are all colored, it's also not so bad just because I know exactly where I need to add the block lights now. As long as I'm doing them in order, so I don't have to keep on backtracking to check. So doing it in order means I go here. Then I'll do this part. The map changed. Let me make sure to disconnect. Okay. All right, so this is the shape that's kind of chaotic to figure out, but it's not that bad since it's still just an outline of what I've already done. I just can't do the double click thing because I don't want to highlight this one. Now I could do the double click thing since I passed the part where I don't want to draw on it. But I think I'm still not able to yet. Actually, I'm not because there's more I'm not able to draw on. Whoops. Okay, so I've now done all of these jumps around here. And I have to do this side, but I can't do that one. I can't do that one. If I really wanted to, I could delete one of these faces, but I'm not at that point yet where I want to resize or redo the outlines. I'm only going to willingly do that when I've decided what I want to or how I want to paint the faces or what material I end up using. Okay, so I go through here, I go back, I go here. That's the next jump to here, which is done, into this section. So let's do that section later and say we're coming back. So now we're up here. I can only do those two faces. Jump around. Now I'm here. This is shaped like a staircase. And I paint that one block, paint those two. Nothing to do here. Paint that one. This is going to be a reverse staircase. Kinda, partially. Right, so that's it for the main part of section 5. Now it's just this area, which is pretty easy. And that's it. Okay, so the block lights are done. Block lights are done, cube maps are done. I've made some sort of contrast on the materials. I made sure the route's doable, lighting's fine, cube maps are fine. The anti-bhop and bhop stuff is a difficulty thing that I'm not gonna worry about until I'm ready for this to be until after this is tested, and then we'll decide. But for now, I'll just do a full compile here and look here in the meantime. Three to 5 hours. Interesting. That's crazy that this was posted here in April 17 and it took a month and a half to get 3 replies. I guess that's just whenever these or the CS:GO map approval team is uh much more busy or something. Yes, these are just one guy posting their approval stuff. All right, there's really nothing else there. So I can go back to this, I guess, and think about what I want to do. Maybe there's a different tool I can use that would better suit what I am trying or going for. Yeah, I have no uh so I mean I have an idea of what I want, but I can't really do it with this. Can I view it's a pixel grid, but can I change the grid size? I don't know. Also, this no, this one? Wait, which one? This one. The fill mode or I don't want anti-aliasing, I think. Whoops. 'Cause there's a border, and I don't want that border to be there. Maybe 0% tolerance? No. Hmm. Pixelated? No. Straight? No. Oh, wait. There. No. There. That's what I wanted. Um, so then, I mean, just put this in here, here, new folder, KZ next one. Just because that's the current name and I don't really have an idea of what else to name it. Full. So now here I want to fill this spot. And then this extend to here and fill. So this is U N north. Right, so that took 7 minutes. Ish, or not ish. It's taking exactly 7 minutes. It's crazy. Ooh, since I use less reflective materials, it's kind of darker in these areas than I'd like it to be. I don't need to do the course. Okay, so just no clipping through. The lighting definitely got worse after I switched to having or using non-reflective materials like significantly throughout the map. But it's still, to me, it feels playable, but maybe if someone has no idea what the route is, they would struggle. Alright, so let's say I'm here and I missed the jump. I go back here. Try again. If I missed this, then I have to go all the way back again. Can I make it from here? I doubt it. Does this work? Yes. How about this one? Yep. That may be a bit misleading. The player, they may think they can land on it. It is what it is. I don't really feel like changing it. Okay, I keep falling into the trap of playing the map. so this part is the whole reason why I decided to do the material change, so you can actually see the block you're jumping to. Yikes. At least that's not going to be a viz change. That's just me being dumb and changing this material when I shouldn't have. Anyway, I made it here, so it's just falling down. So how dark is this now? It's pretty dark. Right, over here it gets pretty dark. It's another one. Where is it? Here. I mean, that's what I get for rushing. I should have known because I knew that nothing up here was changeable. It was only down in this room. Referring to changeable, referring to the block light. Okay, I don't need to keep that text there either. All right, so what spots feel still like too dark? Like here, considering that I have a light here, this being as dark as it is a problem. I don't have a light down here though, do I? Right, well, let me organize a bit. So this, all of these triggers belong to section 3. The light probe stuff, I'm gonna have to figure out eventually, but and light stuff. But okay, where it's in section 1. There's a light rect here. I want it to go lower. Then I guess I'll add a second one. Around here. That should hopefully light up that section enough for it to not be completely horrible. This one needs something here. I thought the lighting in this room was fine, but it gets bad here. Unless... Right, I'll keep that light. I'll leave that alone. I'll just switch, instead of doing reflectivity 20 or... let me, um, let me go to material editor, just create something. What determines the reflectivity? I guess I can search. CS2 hammer reflectivity. Refract? Not that kind of reflection. Hmm. Light reflectivity material? Hmm. They only talk about reflections. Let me look into... Let me ask here. Adjusted clippings, fixed multiple skips, added credits, adjusted block distance, added falling leaves, removed b-hop, made top of source walkable. Player now loads in directly on start. They'll be greeted with the lobby hallway, lobby halfway. They'll be greeted with the lobby halfway into the run. What does that mean? Player now loads in directly on start. They'll be greeted with the lobby halfway through the run and can navigate there if necessary. I guess that means the player spawns at the course start. And if they want to go to the lobby, they'll encounter the lobby halfway through the run. That's what they're trying to say. Post-processing and light probe. Next update probably a week or so from now. Cool. I'm going to Discord. Anyone know how the reflectivity materials work? I only learned yesterday. The number on these materials determines how much light they reflect, how much light bounces off the material. I think is there a what shader does it use? I guess refractive, maybe? No. What does refraction mean? Refraction. Refraction is the redirection can be called light refraction. Oh, please, no. I will never be interested in that. No, that has to do with water, I think. I don't, or what properties would the determine how much material does this. Or what properties are relevant? Does anyone know how the dead or reflectivity materials work? I only learned right yesterday the number on these materials determines how much light bounces off the material. Okay. Refereed over 300 games. I think your feedback was nicest I've ever heard. What is another one? This guy's just pumping out the maps. Right, anyway. So in the meantime, I guess I'll look through the material editor to see if I find something. Is it alpha test? No. Boss? No, because it's not PBR. Normals? It's not a decal. Oh. Probably roughness layer. Right, white is not reflected at all, and black is almost mirror. Roughness layer. Okay, so I will try it. I mean, I'm already on CSGO Complex, so I'll just save as test. KZ next one, test mat. Is there a roughness check mark? Lighting? Roughness. Value. So they said, God, why doesn't Discord appear there? White is not reflective at all and black is almost mirror, or is it, or it's the other way around? I'll try it. So I'm gonna go with something like that. And let me, I'm just gonna make it a color. Save. And well, what if I just pick a something so that it's not, that one never works when I click it. Does do any of these work when I click it? Apparently that one does. That's not what I want. I'll just keep this one then. So everything with this face, I'm now going to use KZ next one, test material. Looks good to me. Okay, so now do the same thing. Material editor. Open this one. This color, I'm just gonna, I don't know. Let's pick this one. No. This one. This one. Same roughness, metalness, metalness. Sure. I'll do 20% metalness. Ambient occlusion. I'll just leave it alone. Save. No, I didn't mean to overwrite it. Right, save this one as 2. This one, no tint and no metalness. Okay, so now this, select, and use this one. Why does it seem so dark down here? Uh, Oops. Oh, black is the one that's basically fully reflective. Okay, well, I'll do that with a 0.5. And what does this look like? Try that one. Maybe baking the cube maps is what's missing? I don't know. Well, I'm gonna build this, not Viz. Am I forgetting anything? Probably not. Black ambient occlusion will not look reflective, but mainly you are looking at roughness. That's cringe. Holy, this is not good. What did I do? I mean, I know what I did, but... I think I'm just gonna flip them. So this one, select, or okay, I will, I need to do a three-way swap. So just take any material, put it here. No. What am I trying to do? Oh. I'm trying to uh, select faces using this one and just give it something random. So let's give it an error material. Now this one, I'm gonna give this one. And then this one, I'm gonna give this one. Then bake again. Does that assist with the lighting? And if not, let's see how I can edit the material to make it better. How does ambient occlusion affect it? It removes the reflection? Okay, so whatever I did there, I need to do the opposite. So go roughness maxed out. That doesn't change anything. Does it? Let's bake. No, so changing the roughness does not change anything there. So I'll put it back to where it was at 0. And I will instead max out the ambient occlusion. I think that shininess is a little much. Let's not do that. Uh, here. Hmm. No, it can't be reflective it can't have any metalness. Metalness or I am understanding this correctly. Metalness gives it reflectivity. Or no? No. Metalness is not what makes it reflective. What is making it reflective then? Let's see. So metalness is fine. I'll put it here. Maybe it is the ambient occlusion. I mean, okay, yes, it is. I can see that it is. So I don't want any reflection, so I go 0 ambient occlusion. No roughness. And I will go to the other one and do something similar. So ambient occlusion should be as little as possible, but I'll try putting it at 10. Metalness, sure, I'll put 0. Roughness, whoops, I will put around here. Something is not right. Did I delete the light environment or something? It is there. I don't get it. I'm gonna build it. Maybe it's just broken here for some reason. If it's like fully dark, then I really need to figure out it is. So something about the material. I've done something to the material that makes it just consume all the light. Reflectivity 70. Go back to this one. Yeah, just changing the material changes everything. So now the first one, let's just go the other way. Max out roughness first. I don't notice a difference. Max out ambient occlusion. That kind of does it, but it adds reflections. I don't want the reflections. How about full roughness, full ambient occlusion? Right, that's how you remove the reflections. So full ambient occlusion and full roughness. Okay. So full ambient occlusion, full roughness. I can make this as metal as I want, and I assume it'll still be fine. Okay, maybe I don't make it metal at all. No metalness, save. Is just so much better in terms of making things look visible. Okay, apparently this whole time I didn't even notice I was missing a face there. All right, one more compile with no viz needed, and then I will move on. Uh, I went. Well, roughness. AO does the cube map reflection while roughness. Or something like that. Well, I guess I'll just go to spectate. CL draw HUD 0. Pick like here. That. Then I will go back to paint. Leave this alone for now. Ooh, the resolution isn't quite right, but it's okay. It's gonna get resized anyway. This is thumb 1. Workshop manager. New. KZ, next one. Temp name. Can't upload yet because I need to delete some stuff. Steam. Browse local. Go to game add-ons. Next one, maps. Delete all of those. Any other weird stuff? Yeah. Well, I don't really need to touch those. They're so small that it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. I'll just leave the rest alone. None of it really matters. Okay, so now here, new. It's only 12. KZ, next one. I don't know. It's just a route ATM. I don't know what I'm doing with it. Custom, public, submit. I guess in the meantime, I will do a run. All right. I can't click because I have to press this first. I can't type. CL draw HUD 1. 3 sucks. Okay. If I didn't get stuck on that one jump, or the one that was hard to get pre on. Here. I didn't get stuck there. That's probably could have been like a 6-minute 30-second run instead of 7-minute 30. Uh oh, this page looks different. There's an item stats option. Interesting. Did I forget anything? I mean, I was able to do the run, so probably not. I probably did not forget anything. I guess I didn't try walking around, like not on the main route. I mean, in this room, there really isn't many places to go. Right, then this, I already checked this room. Third section, there's really not many places to go. Fourth section. That's all. And then the last section just has this spot. I guess down here. Anyway. I'm not gonna do anything more. This ended up being how long? Wow, I can't find OBS. Here it is. 7 hours. That's crazy.